Some nights I stay up, cashing in my bad luck. Some nights I call it a draw. Some nights I wish that my lips could build a castle. Some nights I wish they just fall off. But I still wake up, I still see your ghost. Oh Lord, I'm still not sure what I stand for. What do I stand for? What do I stand for? Most nights I don't know anymore. This is it, boys. This is war. What are we waiting for? Why don't we break the rules already? I was never one to believe the hype. See that for the black and white. Try twice as hard and a map is like good. Here they come again to jack my style. And that's alright. I found a martyr in my bed tonight. Stopped my bones from wandering. Why? Well, some nights I wish that this all would end, 'cause I could use some friends for a change. And some nights I'm scared you'll forget me again. Some nights I always win. But I still wake up, I still see a ghost. Oh Lord, I'm still not sure what I stand for. What do I stand for? What do I stand for? Most nights I don't know.
So this was it.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever it is that you fall upon that spectrum of time. I don't think time is a spectrum, but whatever. Hello and welcome. It is indeed Friday, and I am back again. As always, my name is Zara, and once I was the King of Spain. So here I am, back again. I intended to play Star Wars Squadrons today, to go back to that and stream a little more, but I haven't really played it that much since the big marathon stream, unfortunately. Most of my time has actually been taken up by playing Satisfactory instead, which I don't know how proud I should be of that, but there it is. Um, I've kind of fallen into this rabbit hole pretty hard, and it's been occupying my every waking moment essentially. I spent a long time thinking about things. I've spent a lot of time playing the game off screen and getting things set up as much as possible to move on to the next era, so to speak. I don't know if we'll actually get there today because there's still a ways to go. We got a lot of stuff that we need to build, and there's significant amounts of work that needs to be put into expanding and developing our factories a little bit. I have done a whole bunch of work in reorganizing things again. I completely reorganized my whole iron setup all over again. And it's getting to the point where it is not sufficient enough. I may have to branch out and set up a secondary iron factory somewhere else. I don't know. We'll have to kind of brainstorm along the way and think about it from there. But for the time being, I've also done a whole bunch of exploring. I know last stream we did a bunch of exploring. We found some water sources. We found a great big lagoon that I named um, affectionately after the space giraffe that wandered into it. So that is Space Giraffe Lake. But I guess I did a bunch of exploring off camera as well, and kind of I was impressed with how large the world seemed to be, and I was curious because I knew that there's 4 different starting locations, and I thought, okay, well, if this map is this size, I would like to know what the other maps look like. But I was talking to a friend of mine, and a little birdie told me that there's there are 4 different starting locations. I guess I can actually start that up, can't I? So that I can show them. Memento. 1 second here. I'm just gonna get the game started. I don't even have it running yet. There we go. All right, so when you start a new game, you have a choice of these 4 different locations. So we started in the grass fields, but there's also the rocky desert, the northern forest, and the dune desert. Now I thought, okay, well, if the grass fields, we've kind of seen a bunch of that map, so I figured, well, what do these other maps look like? I'm curious. So I talked to a friend of mine, and that little birdie told me that there are 4 starting locations, but there is only 1 map. All of the starting locations are different parts of the same map. And now I had done a bunch of exploration on my own, and I thought, well, now how big could this map really be? So let's take a look. So this is basically everything that we've seen so far in my stream. This is the extent of my factory setup, essentially. I got my big iron factory there, the space elevator is right about here, and then my concrete and copper deposits. So this is essentially what we've been spending the most of our time with. Last time on stream we did a bunch of exploration. I think we kind of explored like these cliffs a bit. We went north as well, and we found this up here is Space Giraffe Lake, or Lagoon, if you will. So that's that. But now I had done a bunch of exploration on my own, and I thought, well, how big could this map really be? And the answer is very. The answer is that this map is absolutely enormous, and we have barely scratched like a sixth of it. Like, I did a bunch of exploration up in this area here too, but I've basically never gone beyond this corner of the map, which is wild, since I've already sunk like 20 hours into this. Nuts. It is absolutely nuts. So, with that in mind, let's jump back into our factory, and I'll show you what I've been up to. Welcome back. First things first, take a sip of coffee. All right, so here we are back in our factory. I guess I've upgraded our copper situation a little bit. I guess we can go take a look. I believe last time we set up our coupon, our awesome platform here, our awesome sink, which is providing us coupons. So this is our copper setup. Still just the 1 copper node. but it is providing more than enough resources for us. So I've got everything set up here. We got 2 constructors, one that creates copper wire, one that creates copper sheets. The copper sheets go in here, copper wire go in there, and then I've got a second constructor that is making cables that go into this container. And that's pretty much the extent of my copper situation. I also painted our awesome platform equipment to be a disgusting shade of green, so that it is always visible as to what this thing is. Oh, I unlocked railings as well. I bought them from the awesome shop, so I've got those. Toward the end of last stream, I unlocked the ability to turn biomass into coal, which I am doing here. Ignore these quartz crystals. And I am also doing over here. My plan probably today is to relocate this somewhere else. As for our iron setup, it is still kind of the same idea, but we also unlocked the recipe to make screws directly out of iron ingots. So I got rid of the turning them into rods first and then into screws. So I have 2 constructors here that are making just iron screws directly out of ingots, and then this one is making iron rods, and this one's making iron plates. They're all going into my little storage facility over here. This is a level 2 storage container for all my screws because I have way too many of them. And then my assemblers over here are pulling from these storage containers and working over here. Although I have all these things turned off right now because they were chewing through all of my iron rods and iron plates, which I kind of needed. So I gave them a chance to kind of catch up again, which, yeah, I'm pretty safe with where it's at. So I think I'm going to turn these back on. Although, yeah. They have no power. Oh, nothing has power. Uh-oh. Well, I guess that's a good excuse for us to go down and check out what happened. I have done away with all of my biomass generators. Everything is now running on coal. Seems like one of my plants, or 2 of my plants, probably shut down. Curious. Okay, well that's a little weird. I would hop into my hypertube here and show you the steel production that I've got set up down there, but it is not powered anymore. So I guess I'll have to just take the long way. Actually, you know what? There is something else that I built. I built the factory cart. It is a tiny little golf cart that is incredibly difficult to control. It is very fast. I used 10 coupons to build it. Oh god. It does not drive on dirt very well. Oh. Alright, good enough. Has a workbench on the back. You can just pick it up. So over here I've got my truck station, my truck. Currently I am using up the rest of my biofuel for fuel of the truck. So this thing just basically pumps biofuel into the fuel tanks of the truck station, which refuels the truck every time it comes through here. And then I've got these guys. I've got this miner extracting iron combined with all the coal that I have into this foundry, making steel, which then gets turned into both steel beams and steel pipes. And that's kind of the extent of where I've gotten now. I have unlocked all of the tiers from the hub, so all that's really left is to provide the materials for the space elevator, and of which there's a lot. So we're going to have to do that today. But first, our power situation needs to be dealt with. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Out of my way. So you may recall down at Space Giraffe Lake is where I found a coal node that is ripe for the picking. And right next to a rather large body of water. So down there is where I have set up my coal power plant. I very recently also set up a brand new ramp to get down here a little bit faster. It's a little dangerous, but you know. It gets the job done. Right, so what happened? You ran out of water. Okay. So I've got my water set up here. Yeah, they bellow out smog. It's fine. Okay. I have to deal with this guy. I'm sorry, but this guy has been stuck inside this factory since I built it, and he won't go away. Sorry. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Yeah, he dropped his alien carapace below the platform there. Okay, so... Are these things not producing enough water for 4 power plants? 1 alien carapace from that. Not worth it. So that's full of water. That's not. So basically all of these coal power plants are running both off of coal and water. And it looks like they are not full of water. I'm guessing that if I turn these on, there's probably not enough water flow to keep the water in this one. Which means... yeah, now everything shut down again. That one's fine. That one's fine. So what we might need is, we might need another pump over here, maybe. I don't know. Let me see if this helps. It might not actually be producing enough water. which could be a bit of a problem. Okay, let's connect you to a power line that goes back here. And then connect you down there. Yeah, there's basically every piece of machinery that I have is running off of this power grid. So if one of these things shuts down, then there's usually enough machines running that it will shut down the whole thing, which is probably not ideal. We don't have energy storage, no. This one's gonna run out of water too. So I'm thinking they're both running out of water. Okay, so I think the problem isn't so much that I don't have anything pumping, or I don't have enough power pumping. I just don't think I have enough water being pumped. I don't think a single water extractor is enough, because I do have it pumping water into this tank, but that is apparently not enough. So can I build? I can't afford another water extractor right now. So we'll probably have to build a new water extractor and maybe a second, maybe like a second and third tank. Maybe even up to like, I don't know, 4 water tanks just to have them here as a backup. And then reroute everything in there. What is the objective of this game? Exploit any and all resources as much as possible. I also set up a very small concrete operation over here as well, just in case I needed some extras, because while I was building this bridge, or this ramp I should say, I had to run back to my main base like 2 or 3 times to get concrete, and I got tired of it, so I built myself a concrete plant on the other side. Please ignore how much my tractor engine revs on the way up this ramp. It's perfectly fine. It's burning biofuel, so it's clean. It's clean energy. Please also ignore the black smoke coming out of the smokestack. It's fine. I do wish there was more like aesthetic blocks, more aesthetic things to build, because I wanted to make like a waypoint on the road up there so I would know where to turn to take the ramp. But all I really had was like the outlook tower and like power lines. That was about it. So I made do. But then again, early access and all that. Oh right, I guess this thing doesn't have any power, so normally it would just automatically refuel your truck when you bring it here. And if you have it set up to like deposit or deliver things, then it would automatically do that too. But unfortunately, we're in the middle of a bit of a power crisis right now. And that is true. Our nominal goal right now is to build the space elevator, which I guess we've already built the space elevator. We're just supplying parts to the the upper section of it now. Okay, so I need production water extractor. Pretty much just advanced steel plates. Okay. Of which I have lots. Should, anyway. I am also going to grab some copper sheeting just so I don't run out while building pipelines. Yeah, should be good. That should be lots. Man, that must have, like, the whole factory shutdown literally just happened, because when I saved the game, everything was running just fine, and when I booted it up, it just fell apart within like 5 minutes, which is unfortunate. I wanted to show off the hypertube. Oh well. I do have a bit of a list of objectives to do, although right now is my lack of power has kind of superseded it. I would like to eventually build a hypertube going from my base to my coal generator, as impractical as that is. Yeah, if you enjoy like the kind of logistics and factory building of Minecraft, you will love this game. It does have co-op, yeah. I would recommend it. It is like $30 in early access. It doesn't feel like early access. Like, this feels like a fully fledged game. And the map is huge, as I talked about it a bit earlier. But the map is absolutely enormous. There are a few things that are still unimplemented, but I think there's supposed to be an update coming soon. Yeah. So yeah, I guess there are some things that just don't have implementation in the game yet, but again, there's still plenty to do. Like, there's still lots of stuff that I haven't even unlocked yet. Like, apparently there are trains in the game that you can set up. There's like oil and gasoline as resources. So there's still a lot I got to do. Alrighty. So we're gonna have to build like I guess we're probably gonna have to build like a tank farm for all of these things. So I guess what I might do is, I guess first things first, I should build my water extractor. It must be the same direction. I don't know if I can drain this lake or not. I hope not. Okay. Let's, you know what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna build a little biomass burner here. No, actually, I'll do that after. Yeah, it is definitely not finished, but it is far from being a broken mess. Let's see here. I don't want to do this. We need a place to put all these tanks. I need more concrete. Ugh, pipes too tall. Can't jump. Ugh. I'm glad that I built this over here. so that I have quick access to concrete. The only thing I don't like, but I guess one of the things I don't like about the game is the fact that the power lines can only have 4 connections. I feel like that's not quite enough. How high was that spike? 242. Okay, we should be able to handle that. Yeah, I don't like the fact that the power lines only have 4 connections, because it does. You end up with like a whole mess of power lines, kind of like that I've got going back here, because each generator needs to be connected to the power grid. So if you're connecting, so you can basically only have 2 connected to a power pole, because then that has to be connected to something else, and then that has to also be connected to the rest of the grid. I don't know. I feel like it could be a little more delicate in that respect. Alright, I need to just get to work here. So I think what I'm going to do... I need to build more platforms first. I need space. And then I need to make fluid buffers. Oh, I'm only going to be able to build 2 of those, because they use the cubes. That's okay, though. So, let's see. I do this every time I build something new. I sit here and ponder about how I'm actually going to build it for far too long. Aesthetics are important. So I wonder if I should shorten the pipe up there. And have 3 tanks set up in a line. Alright, well, either way I'm going to have to delete this, and this, and this. And then I can build these fluid buffers over here. In parallel or in sequence matter for the tanks? I would think that if you built them in sequence, or if you built them in parallel, it would have more pipes, which means the water has to be put through more space, so it would probably be less efficient. That would be my guess. It is just kind of easier to do it this way, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Put you there. Good enough. Yeah, you'll just go straight in there. It's not straight, but whatever. That'll be straight into there. That'll be there. That'll be there. Then I can delete all this. And kind of shorten that up a bit. Yeah, I've done plenty of the right angles enough to the point where I think I'm pretty used to them. I've gotten the spacing pretty close to right. It's still hard to do. If it's a lot easier to do on the foundations because everything snaps to a grid. Otherwise, it is a little bit janky. It is clipping slightly through this foundation platform, but just ignore that. I'm sure it's fine. We definitely need a pump on there. Pipeline pump, I'm going to put it right about there. Actually, let me think. I'm not going to attach it to that power grid because I'm going to need to set up a different power grid for this. Let's delete that. Let's put a biomass burner down. So basically, what my intent is, so you'll connect there, you'll connect there. Oh, right, these things use tons of power, don't they? These things use 20 megawatts. Ugh. Please. So I actually need 2 biomass burners. Unfortunately, there's no way to put wait, that's not gonna work. That has to go to a separate power line first. Oh, I don't have any iron rods. I have to go all the way back. A one-way power grid? Yeah, that'd be nice. You can set up your power grid to basically do that, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't really work to the point that, like, if one thing breaks, then another resource will take over. It'll just provide basically extra power. It would be nice if there was, like, a fail-safe kind of thing you could have. But also, with the machinery that I have, having it be powered by biomass would be just completely unfeasible. It would be nice if I could set it up so just the water pumps continued pumping. But alas. Yeah, just the water. Maybe in a future update. Or maybe in another tier. Who knows? There's still like 4 more tiers of stuff. I have not played Factorio. That game... I've been like mildly interested in that, but I feel like every time I look at Factorio, I just don't understand what's happening. Like, I look at screenshots and videos of it, and it's just like, dear God, what am I looking at? Which, I mean, that comes with practice, comes with just playing the game. But still, it is quite overwhelming. Out of my way, I need iron rods. I'll take 2 stacks of them. Yeah, so I've still got 4 more tiers of items to collect yet. So I've still got a lot of work to do. If I can't travel through my hypertube, I'm going to get some use out of it. Get out of my factory, buddy. I think Factorio is a bit more focused on like mass production. This game, I mean, there's nothing stopping you from going, you know, to insane levels in this game. Like you can build factories as big as you want in this as too, but I don't think it's you don't it doesn't seem like there's as much of a focus on that kind of like mass production and huge facilities and stuff like that. Excuse me. He's fine, don't worry. Something very strange with the tractor that I've noticed is that most of the animals do not aggro when you hit them or when you get near them even. They'll just kind of leave you alone, and you can run over animals, but they'll be fine. They just appear back on their feet. So don't worry. They are perfectly fine. 30, 60, 20, 40. Okay, I should have enough. Okay, now I can build a power. Stick those together. Okay, power on. Okay, so that will turn on the water extractors. Those will start pumping water. At least they should. There it goes. Tanks will start to fill up. I'm going to... Let's throw another power line down here. I'm going to delete the stuff anyway. Let's power that pump. As well as this pump. These pumps, how much power do these things use? I can't remember. 4. So 48 power is what we're using currently, so we should be pretty comfortable. Yeah. So the tanks probably aren't going to fill up that much just yet, because I imagine this is all getting pumped up here. The only problem with fluids is that they have to be transported in pipes. You can't just like pick them up, because otherwise I would just like manually stuff all the water in here, but I can't. Isn't filling up as much as I would like, that's for sure. Oh, there we go. That's better. That's what I like to see. Yeah, I don't think it was a problem with our pumps. It was definitely a problem with the amount of water that we were producing. Which we seem to have solved, more or less. I do have all of these power plants overclocked as well, except for that one, because I don't, or I do have a power shard. I can overclock this one too. Have I ramped the tractor? I'm sure it's possible. I mean, I could build a ramp and do it right now. Let's... It does have a health bar, so I might break it. But you know what? only live once. Hold up. I gotta... It's kind of an awkward place to build. Okay, let's do it this way. I'll fix this later, don't worry. Best thing about this game is that if you delete an object, you get a full refund in resources. So you can just build it somewhere else. Oh, I added that to my to-do list. I don't know how I'm going to get it back up here now. Yeah, that'll work. Come on, tractor, we got work to do. I'll go check on these tanks first. I want to see how full they are. Yeah, they're getting there. I'll let those burn for a little bit, fill up the tanks as much as possible, and then I'll swap it over to coal power and see how that works. The main reason that I built this ramp is so that once I automated the truck going back and forth, then I wouldn't have to go all the way around the lake just to get here. But now that I know how to make bio coal, I don't know if I'll have to even automate anything to come back and forth. Come on, baby. This thing does not like inclines very much. Get up to about 80, 85 clicks. That should be good. Almost 90. Alright. Well, that was kind of cool. Wasn't nearly as exciting as I expected it to be. Yeah, we just ride on the back of it, just standing there. Probably not the safest thing in the world, but hey. Gotta do what we gotta do. Get my lightsaber out again. Oh, I've only got 3 items equipped because you don't re-equip your cart when you pick it up. Okay, moment of truth. There we go. That looks more like it. 409.8 megawatts of production. Current amount of water is holding steady. Pipes, please. I guess that's why I built these walkways. Yeah, we're good. Alright. The actual coal node, I guess I never showed that. The actual coal nodes are way over there. So I've got a conveyor belt bringing coal all the way down here. And it's honestly producing more than enough coal even for these 4 plants on its own. So, cool. There's another untapped node there as well that will produce the same amount. So, I mean, we're good on coal. We're more than good on coal. Okay, so that's running. So let's... Gonna have to... like connect those to the same power grid. And then theoretically should be able to just delete the connections to these biomass. Should be able to just delete the biomass burners. And everything will continue to run. Although I want to get rid of that one because this power line is clipping and I hate it. There we go. Okay, this tank is full. Uh-oh. That tank's full. That tank's full. Alright. We're in pretty good shape. Power production is more than enough. I think our power plant is doing just fine. Yeah. Good to go. There's definitely room here for me to expand the power plant. I will almost certainly be doing that in the future, but for now, this is enough power to... Like I said, I've got everything on the map that I have built being powered by these 4 generators right now. So, we're in pretty good shape for the time being anyway. Alright, now that our power crisis is sorted out, we can get out of here. Oh, actually, hold on. There is something else around here that I wanted to check out. I mean, I know for a fact that oil is a resource in this game, so we will eventually get access to that, and I'm sure that is a better fuel source. There's a cave over there. Oh, right, that cave is full of noxious gases that I cannot pass through. I also just annihilated a nut bush with my tractor. Oh well. I got lots of food. I have done lots of exploring, and we are in no shortage of food items, so I'm not worried there. So this way is the method that I used to get down here before I built my ramp. I mean, yeah. That's not really the concern of the Fix-It Corporation, though. So there's another crashed pod here. I already have it marked out. This is the underwater supply box, which is over here. I have not been able to open this one yet, though, because I needed an item that I did not have. Okay, so I need 10 steel beams and 20 megawatts of power. Easy. Easy peasy. The first time I was here, I did not even have steel production up and running yet, so it makes sense that I have it now. There's a big boy on the way here, but he doesn't mind. He's cool with me. I actually killed one of those things when I was exploring on my own. I did cheese it a little bit, but I did manage to kill it. They're not that strong actually. They don't take that many hits. They're just big and they do lots of damage. I haven't made a gun yet. I have not done that research, although I do have research to be done. So I should probably get on that. Alright, so when I pull into my truck stop, it automatically refuels it back up to full. And then the crane does that little animation regardless of what you actually have it set to. But you can configure it to unload and load any items that you have stored in here. And the fuel tank is being refilled. It's a pretty neat system. So originally what my plan was is that this truck would be automated to travel between these two stations. It would load itself up with coal, come back here, it would unload everything into this crate, and then the coal would be used to forge steel. But since I can make bio coal, I don't think I really need to do that anymore. So I'm going to take my two bio coal constructors from up there, and I'm probably going to set them up down here instead. And then I'll just have coal. I'll have to go out and collect biomass every now and then, but that's pretty easy. I'll take those. Steel production is almost certainly going to ramp up at some point relatively soon. Although it's the difficult part is that the thing that is hamstringing my steel production isn't how much resources I have, it is how quickly I can do it. Because these take a certain amount of time and a certain number of ingots to actually craft. And I can't really speed that up that much without, I mean, I could build another foundry, but even then, I don't know how much that would actually speed it up. It's a curious thing. But I guess now I can show off the hypertube. Here we are. So what are we peaking at? About 250. Okay, so we got lots. I'm gonna go turn on my assemblers. Please resume construction, because you guys take forever to build stuff. I'm gonna crank you up. Hopefully that isn't too much. Nah, we got lots. Lots of power. Those corners are rough. Yeah. You know how it is. I didn't want to build over the berry. I definitely could be building like walkways up above all this stuff too. The next step would actually, because you can actually construct, like you can make walls and put foundations onto those walls, so you can actually construct like multi-level factories with like constructors and stuff up, on separate floors, which I think is kind of the next step from here. Although I do still have plenty of room to expand outward. It's kind of neat. Part of the fun is figuring out how you want to set up your factories. Give me all that coal. go refuel. The hypertubes are faster when going downhill. I quite enjoy going down them more than up. Okay, refuel. Refill my coal. I'll keep that one. So, what else was I going to do? I'm going to get some research going before I head back out to open up that box. Because I know I have some things that I can research. Oh, I also discovered a new metal as well. I discovered Caterium, which I've done a little bit of research on. I still need to create 50 Caterium ingots to go to the next level, and I don't actually have enough ore to actually do that yet. Mycelia is almost done. Nutrients. Potentially. Quartz isn't quite there yet. What is this radio control unit? I have no idea what that's for. And please, frequency mapping. Again, no idea. That resource name is Caterium. Deuterium. Well, that's not the only metal that I found. I also found this one, Sam ore, which is short for strange alien metal. I literally have no idea what that is for because nothing even uses that. Sulfur, can't make that, can't make that. I could potentially make explosives. I would have to make a bunch of black powder first, which is, that's doable. Anyway, I know that I have a purple power slug, so I'm going to do that research right now. I need more cables. There are three tiers of power slugs. There's green, yellow, and purple. I have found one of each. I've done the research for the yellow ones already. I think breaking them down gives you 2 power cores. Or power shards, I should say. I need the cubes. I can never remember what they're called. I just call them cubes. Modular frames. That's what they are. Alright, let's research this power slug. Oh, I need to actually get the slug. Come here. Analysis of purple power shards is complete. So now, if we get a purple power slug, that will give us 5 power shards. Nice. I've only found 1 so far. Is it time? Time for me to build my rebar gun? I think it is. It'll take 5 minutes to research, so I'm gonna go get that set up right now. Got lots of rotors. Screws. And I've got enough advanced plates on me. Let's research a gun. Alright, so we'll set that to research. Only found 1 and threw it into the research machine. I mean, I couldn't do anything else with it. I needed to research it before I can craft it in anything. have to know what it is before I can do anything. But what else was... Oh, I'm going to get that hard drive. No, I think it is. I think the spiked rebar is just straight up the ammo for it, because when I made the color gun, I had to research the gun and the ammunition separately. It is quite dumb, but that was a thing I had to do, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is the same. Oh, I made the color gun off screen. I haven't really used it that much. And I don't think... I only crafted, I think, one cartridge for it, and I've been using the same one ever since. It has multiple uses. It's not like, you know, you craft one, and that's one ammunition. It probably has 20 or 30 pieces of ammunition in it per cartridge. Wait, I went the wrong way. I was supposed to go to the crashed pod. Which is up here. Come on, baby. There we go. So I'm guessing that hostile aliens don't respawn in some places. I have seen them respawn in certain places. Or maybe I just didn't kill them the first time I went through. But they have not been respawning around my coal plant, which makes sense. Wait, hold up. I'm gonna power this thing first. I forgot to grab more biofuel. I can just grab some from my truck. Let's build a biomass burner right there. Stick a power line on there. Hopefully I can open this thing up before it runs out of fuel. Let's open. Give me that hard drive. I should definitely build more beacons to carry with me, because I've used up all of my beacons. While you're out exploring, they're actually pretty handy to have. I guess I don't need this one anymore. Like, I have solved the mystery of the underwater supply box. Drive past our friend again. Hey, what's going on? Don't worry, he's fine. You can't actually hurt anybody with your tractor. probably the weirdest part is that all of the hostile aliens they won't aggro onto you if you're driving your tractor. As soon as you get off, then they will attack you. There's only one exception to this, and it is the spider creatures from the caves. They will attack you and your truck if you're driving it. Which is weird. I don't know why they are the sole exception, but they are. Okay, what else do we need to do? Let's go check our research, I guess. I don't know if that was 5 minutes or not. Love the noise that thing makes. Rebar gun. What do I need for... Okay, so let's research the spike rebars too. And then we will scan this hard drive. That'll take 10 minutes. In the meantime, we can make ourselves a rebar gun. So I'm guessing... This thing looks straight out of Fallout. It has no amp. We gotta make... Okay, so these do just cost... These are just individual pieces of ammunition, basically. But they only cost steel rods to make, so they're pretty cheap. I'm alright with that. I'm actually gonna grab a little more. Did I eat through all those steel rods already? I did. Wow. Let's make ourselves plenty of ammunition for this gun. Who knows what we'll need it for. Okay, so they're in stacks of 50. So I'll make 2 stacks of 50 and then I'll keep one with me. There we go. Put the other one in this chest here. Locked and loaded. Alright, so hard drives being researched. Go check on my coupons. Almost got another coupon. What was I waiting to build? Or to buy, rather? I think I was going to buy these stairs. Or this expansion pack for foundations. We can probably get that set up. My copper production produces more than enough of this stuff. So I've been basically using a lot of this stuff to kind of fuel my coupon production. That and my concrete. So the concrete is usually also fairly full. Not so much. I'll leave them go for now. Okay. What am I doing here? Okay, I guess first things first, I need to get my bio coal down to Steel Town. I'm actually going to leave this here because I've been using this constructor setup to just build things that take time, like these quartz crystals, for example. or any other things that just are too unwieldy for me to just sit here and craft at the bench. So I just put them in there to, set them and forget them. So these should be empty, so I'm just gonna delete those. I'll delete this constructor and these here conveyors. And then I will set up. I wonder if I should set up 2 of them over there. Well, one way or another, we gotta figure things out. I'm going to build a storage box right here. I'm gonna put all this solid biofuel in there. I'm going to need to delete this. I'm gonna have to get rid of this truck station here. I'm gonna build it somewhere else. Okay, that'll all be biofuel. I'll park my truck somewhere else. Let's park it right here. Oh wow, my steel pipe storage is actually full. I'm gonna take these. And I'm gonna go dump them into my coupon machine. You get more points toward your coupon redemptions if you use manufactured materials. Raw materials are not worth it. And I'll keep a stack for myself. Oh, I've got 2 stacks. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, these are giving us like 24 points per item, it looks like. So that'll probably give us at least 1 coupon, if not 2. Anyway, down we go. The spike. Yeah, these are the steel pipes here, which are used for constructing other things. The rods are just made straight from iron, which are still really cheap. Those are also being used in the assemblers, so that's why I don't have as many of them. But they are really easy to make. I could literally just set up a factory to make them right here. I have 2 more iron deposits right here that are normal quality that I haven't even tapped into yet, so I'm in no worry about running out of that. Okay, I'm gonna shut down this foundry because I need to delete this. Shove all that coal into there. Oh, this stupid conveyor belt is in the way, is it? Okay, I guess I'm deleting that too. That's all it was powering. Yeah, that was. Okay, let's see here. Wait, can I build one there too? No. Okay, I guess first things first. Should build this backwards. I can make it look better that way. Whatever. Good enough. Now then. So I need one warehouse for biomass, which is then going to get fed into a constructor that will make bio coal. That coal will get fed into another warehouse that will then get funneled into our foundry. So, storage container. Let's build right about... Oh wow, it fits in here perfect. Let's put it right there. Put all the coal in here. So geez, this thing's already full. Okay, whatever. And constructor. And one more storage container. I'll put it right next to this constructor. So the key for right angles when you're dealing with these platforms is you find the part that lines up with the big blue line there, and then you go 2 notches back, and there you go. Perfect right angle. Okay, so this is going to make biocoal. I can actually make some more biomass just to kind of get this started. I have a bunch of leaves and wood in my inventory for some reason. So that'll go into there, that'll create biocoal. Which will then get funneled into here, and that will power our foundry. Now, I do need... Oh, wait, the constructor needs power, of course it does. And the only thing that is left is to rebuild my truck station somewhere. I think I'm going to build it on the other side. Because I haven't really figured out what I'm going to use my truck station for. So like I said, originally it was going to be transporting coal between my coal nodes and my steel production here, but I don't really need it right now. So I'm going to just build it over here. Wait, first. I gotta go show nature who's boss. There we go. I'm gonna build it right over here. How much more concrete do I have? I have lots of concrete. I'm actually gonna build like a platform for it. Just to keep everything looking snazzy. Okay, truck station is gonna go. Put it right about there. Oop, calm down. Then build me some ramps so our little truck can get up and down here easily. Then I need to remake my little fuel supply. Should be on this side. Oh, I don't need a big one. I just need a little one. I put that the wrong way. I always do that. Sometimes the guides don't work the way that you'd expect them to. Like, this thing will align with the actual center of the building and not the actual inputs, which is a little strange. Dump that, because I can dump all this biofuel in here. Craft a little bit more biomass. And then I just need power. Okay. I'm gonna go grab the rest of that bio coal and get it set up down here. Why are these turned off? Oh, I see. Somehow I deleted that power line. Okay, that's still going. Yeah, I want all this. Except the quartz. I don't need the quartz. This game's music reminds me of Mass Effect. Some of it does. One of the tracks has got like steel drums and stuff in it, which doesn't sound like Mass Effect so much. But it is still a good song. Whoops. You can turn around inside these hypertubes too, if you need to go back. I don't know what happens if there's more than one person in a hypertube. Can hypertubes branch? I don't think so. If they can, I don't have the actual branches for them unlocked yet. These are the extent of the things that you get. So I believe they are one way or two way, but single direction, no branches. I'm gonna build a little storage box here to put the rest of this coal. I'll keep that one. Okay, so I need... That's going to be burning through coal pretty fast. I need biomass, so I think I'm going to go on a bit of an adventure. The berry bush. Come on, where are you? Oh, there you are. Ah. The truck can also run off of coal, yes. I've just been using up my biofuel that I had produced already. I had a bunch of it left over before I switched everything over, so... Whoa. Ah! Hello. Come here. Right, that was another thing that I was going to do. I was actually going to set it up so that the biomass is being produced down there as well. So then all I have to do is just dump a bunch of wood and leaves and stuff into the warehouse, and it will produce everything for me. Come on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the vehicles can run off of any fuel source. So coal, biofuel. I could probably just stick some wood in there and it'll run. The last thing that you want is to be out in the middle of nowhere and get stranded with no fuel. So I wouldn't be surprised if they can run off pretty much anything. Let's have enough concrete. I do kind of want to set this up properly. Yeah, I can do this. The only thing that I don't like about like the whole logistical side of things is that you can't really, there's no way to automate your conveyor belts to like organize items. Like I'll give you an example. When I originally built this little storage section over here, I had these 3 containers were on the bottom. This was just a single level container. And then I had 3 containers built on top of them. The plan was that the 3 bottom containers were going to be the basic the basic materials like plates and rods and screws, and then the 3 top containers were going to be the manufactured ones, so advanced plating, rotors, and cubes. And what I was originally going to do is have all 3 of those the assemblers, because they assemble things very slowly, so you don't need a whole bunch of different conveyor belts running, for each one. They produce items very slowly. So originally I had all 3 of these get merged into one conveyor belt, which then went over here and then got split off again into each of the 3 warehouses, with the idea being, the plates will go into one warehouse, the rotors into the next, and then the cubes in the other. But they don't do that. They just randomly split off in whatever direction is in sequence. So, the first one goes straight through, the second one goes to the left, and then so on and so forth. And so I just ended up with a bunch of them jumbled up into all 3 containers. So then I had to reorganize everything and actually have 3 separate conveyors for each one going into their respective warehouses, which, it doesn't look terrible, but I don't know. I would prefer it if, you could have some more logistical control over things like that. Let's see what we got. Select our desired reward. Steamed copper sheet. Pure quartz crystals. Alternate blueprint, cheap silica. I guess that one. I don't really like combining things with water because I don't even think I have a building that will allow an input of water for construction. That was a little underwhelming. What did I come for? Concrete. I really don't need that much concrete. Yeah, I don't know what that weird metal is for at all. I haven't had any even hints or whatnot. But then again, I don't know what the box set is for either. I still haven't found that out. Whoa. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, this is where things are going to get interesting. Because I'm going to need maybe alien gold. I wouldn't be surprised. I need 2 constructors. Basically doing the same job. No, that is not enough room. Trying to think if there's any way that I could like build the factory up a level and save space, but I don't think there is. Okay, so there needs to be a warehouse leading into here. I can't really get around that. Because ideally, they will produce more biomass than this thing can burn at a time. Then I need 2 constructors. Put one there and one here. Oh man, that one is just barely clearing the rock. I love it. And then I need a logistics. I keep, every time I go for like the logistics stuff, I keep clicking the organization tab because that looks more like what I want to do. Where is it? So that's not actually in line with that, which is unfortunate. Ugh, I hate it. It has to be right. It has to be correct. So that has to be in line there. This one can be right next to it. I'll put a little bit of space in between them so their constructor arms aren't rubbing together. And there. Okay. Jeez, that thing is burning through coal pretty fast. Okay. So you're going to make biomass out of leaves. You're going to make biomass out of wood. And again, this would be a perfect setup where if I had one warehouse I could just dump everything into, then it could, you know, figure out the logistics itself and split the wood and leaves into each one. But I can't. And if a piece of machinery encounters something on its conveyor belt that it is not using, it'll just freeze. Everything will just freeze up and it won't. Like, the conveyor will stop. Production will stop. It's just no good. It's just no good. So I gotta set up one for leaves, and one for wood. Leaves, 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 leaves. Wood. I've never seen the leaves and wood on the conveyor belts before. And I guess these need power. Let's use this thing first. That will go down there. Which will then go over there. There we go. Actually, you know what? I'm going to upgrade these conveyor belts so they're even faster. I do have access to the conveyor belt Mark III. 270 resources per minute. Okay, that's way faster than these things can produce, so we'll stick with Mark II. Oh, it's beautiful. Gorgeous. It is the perfect equivalent. Perfect efficiency. You'll love to see it. That's creating 37.5 per minute. Or that's using. It's creating 45 per minute. How much is this using? 67. So definitely using faster than I can produce. Although I do have this thing overclocked, so maybe if I take that out. There we go. That will basically, that'll produce as much as my foundry is using. Once I get more power shards, then I'll be able to start overclocking things a bit better. But for the time being, all of this will run like a well-oiled machine. I just need to remember that this is leaves, this is wood. And the nice thing about that is that the machinery does not create things in batches. I mean, I guess it crafts things in batches, but it doesn't need them to be in batches in order to take them on the conveyors. So I won't just have extras laying around like I do when I was making them manually. I think I've still got a bunch of them over here. A little bit. I have a whole bunch of flower petals too, and I have no idea what to do with those. I think I might be able to make those into biomass too. But then that would require a third constructor. Leaves and wood. Alright, I'm gonna go for a little bit of an expedition. Collect a whole bunch of wood and leaves to fill these guys up so that it's all set and ready to go. I'm gonna head into the forest over here. Never get tired of doing that. Let's go. So while I was exploring, one of the things I definitely noticed is that the game uses these kind of like gas clouds as kind of like barriers. Like, it really felt... I somehow ended up on the other side of a whole bunch of them, and it really felt like I couldn't get back home unless I went through one. I did eventually find my way. I found a way around, but they were all over the place. In places that felt like a barrier of entry kind of thing. Which I still find it weird that I haven't found any sort of like protection for that yet. So I definitely feel like I'm kind of in the mid game. Pretty comfortably in the mid game. But yet I still don't have anything of the sort. Or even any inkling of it. So I don't know. I really should have gotten my... I should have set up the production of the items I need to upgrade the space elevator first. And then been running around doing all this other stuff while those were being made. It might get unlocked. I'm sure it does, because it's... I thought maybe you just had to, like, tank your way through it and then you could heal, but no, definitely not. You will die if you try to go through one of those fields. Through one of the gas fields. Oh, I guess that's something else I can show off too. I did something very silly off camera that I am a little ashamed about. I should have known better, but I wanted to see, and I found out the hard way. Oh, hello. Yeah. Alright, so the rebar gun, I see what the downside of the rebar gun is, in that you have to reload it after every shot. Yeah, I feel like rebar should probably do more damage. Those are pretty hefty projectiles. Ah. Smack you. Went for a ride. Still got a little bit of fuel left. Oh, there we go. What was the dumb thing that I did? I will show you once I find my car. It's all the way down there. Give me the leaves. Okay, let's go for a drive. There is a beacon down here that I set up quite a long time ago, because there is a little deposit. It's not a node, but it is a small deposit of uranium. It is right there. Is that green ore that you can see right there. Naturally, if you get too close to it, it's radioactive. Ow. And it hurts if you stay in there too long. And the closer you are to it, the more radioactive it is, obviously. This was before I discovered Caterium ore. So I thought the undiscovered metal in my research bench was uranium. So I was like, well, if I run up there, quickly, you know, get a piece off of it, then it'll be in my inventory and I'll be able to take it back home. Uranium is still radioactive when you're holding it. It is, in fact, maximum radiation, and it does a lot of damage. More damage than you can possibly survive. So that crate right there has has uranium in it. Because what happened is I ran up there, grabbed a piece of uranium, and started running away. And then I was still holding on to it, and it killed me in like 2 seconds. And then I tried to run back here and grab all my stuff again, but in doing so, I picked up the uranium again, and it killed me for a second time. So that crate is my remains, so to speak. I did get all of my items back, but currently the uranium is still sitting in that crate. And it will remain there until it is safe to handle. So that is the monument to my stupidity. Uranium does not get less radioactive when you hold it, no. I learned the hard way. Alright, let's dump all these leaves in here. All this wood. That should easily keep these going for some time. This thing is probably filling up with biomass. This is making coal. Perfect. It'll sit there for a couple billion years, or until I figure out how to carry it. I'm sure it's possible, sooner or later. Anyway. Oh, I also found out you have a flashlight. It really doesn't come up much, because you don't... It doesn't get very dark at night in this game, so you don't need it that much. But I was doing some cave exploring, and I figured out that you have a flashlight you can use. I don't really need to scan for anything right now. I also have... Oh, tutorials. Okay, that's just the tutorials that were at the beginning of the game. Oh my god, these are all... Okay, so these are all just... So I have been getting emails, apparently. But these are all just the ones that it tells me once I, like, unlock a new thing. But this is good to know. I didn't know that there was just, like, a section where I could just look up recipes. This is perfect. Because I need... Okay, so the space elevator, the parts that I need are smart plating, versatile frameworks, and automated wiring. All of which require pretty high-end materials, and I need a lot of them. This one sucks. Look at this. 1 modular frame and 12 steel beams to make 2 of these. And I need like 500 of them. That doesn't seem right to me. That seems ridiculous. Although, I guess this is 20 wire. A cable. But I guess it kind of makes sense. Okay, well, I need to set up some sort of stator production, because I don't have anything making stators yet. And I don't think I have anything that uses motors just yet, which is good. The versatile framework, that one is going to be the tough one. I honestly, setting up that one, I'm probably just going to set up with like 2 warehouses, 2 storage containers, and just let it run, because actually connecting that to like the rest of my production is going to be a nightmare. And as for the smart plating, those are reinforced iron plates and rotors. So that's That's pretty easy. I can do that one right now. We'll get that set up. Yeah, you need like an absurd amount of those items for the space elevator. It's a definite ramp up. How many? I'm starting to run out of those. Do you need those modules though? How many of those do I have? Wait, I want to run on the conveyor belt. I do have a decent amount. I'm going to take out the power cores, just so that thing isn't eating as much power. And then it won't quite burn through as many resources quite so quickly. And then I'll put them in here instead. That will ramp up my production of reinforced iron plates. That'll double my production of them. What do I need right now? Other than more of everything. Something interrupting my train of thought. Yeah, I do. Random Star Wars fact. Let's see. I had a whole bunch of these in mind when I was playing Squadrons, and now I don't remember any of them. Let me think. Okay, here's one. The Y-Wings that are commonly used as bombers in Star Wars by the Rebel Alliance. They are in universe, like the Y-Wings, I think, are actually the oldest and generally crappiest starfighters that the Alliance has. The X-Wings are kind of the backbone. They're not the newest ones, but they're kind of the backbone of their fighters squadrons. The Y-Wings are slow. I think they're a bit heavy armored, but they're just generally not seen as impressive as their other fighters. And then there's the A-Wings, which are small and fast. They're a bit newer than the X-Wings. And then the B-Wings are the newest ones, which are meant to be... I think the B-Wings were intended to be a replacement for the X-Wings because they're very versatile, kind of an all-around good fighter, but they're also very expensive and a little bit unwieldy. But they are very good starfighters. And that's kind of... those are the four main ones of the Rebel Alliance. I did not talk about the U-Wing, which is one of the other ones you can pilot in Squadrons, because I don't like the U-Wing. A-Wings from the Republic. I think they got retconned. There were fighters that were in the Republic that were very similar to A-Wings and X-Wings. The X-Wings were the ARC fighters. And I think they had some other ones that were very similar to A-Wings, but again, slightly different design. And the actual A-Wing design that the Rebels used was a little bit newer than the X-Wings. The actual X-Wings. This is separate from all of like the Republic designs of things, because again, the Republic, that's always the most confusing part, because in episode 3 all of the clone troopers are flying ARC starfighters, but then the Republic becomes the Empire, and so all of their designs change. Presumably they use different manufacturers, but it's still very weird. It is a very strange like moment of of change for the galaxy that is just puzzling. The A-wings, I guess the A-wing also does look kind of like the design for the Jedi starfighters. Both versions of the Jedi starfighters look pretty similar-ish to the A-wing, and I think that there was some intent with that as well. Yeah, there also were A-wings that, or A-wing like ships that the Republic used as well, like the clone troopers, but I don't know if they ever showed up in universe, or in the movies I should say. I think they were more of a expanded universe thing. But they have also, I know Star Wars Rebels, I think, may have retconned some of that stuff. I know for sure that the Alliance escort carrier, which is the big, like, Dorito shaped capital ship, has been retconned, because that used to be a Rebel design through and through. But in Rebels, they ended up stealing one from the Empire, so it ended up being an Imperial. Or am I getting that backwards again? God, I can't remember. But originally, it used to be that these were designs of one faction, like completely, and then Rebels retconned it so that they actually belong to the other to the other faction, and they stole one. And I can't remember which direction it was. I always get myself mixed up when I think about those things. Anyway, let's build us a constructor. So I need the thing that turned into the A-Wing came from a prototype improvement at the Jedi Starfighter. Well, there you go. That makes sense. Rotors and reinforced iron plates. Ugh, how am I going to get those out of there? This is going to be a mess. This is gonna be messy, let me tell you that. First things first, I need to move these. Wait, no I don't. I need more concrete first. Before anything else, I need concrete. I really should make some walkways to get through here. It must be incredibly dangerous to have a factory like this up and running and just be jumping between the conveyor belts to get around. That does not seem like a particularly safe method of travel. Modern Star Wars is dumb. I mean, Star Wars has always been dumb, but modern Star Wars has... The Disneyverse has taken some very strange decisions with the direction of things that I personally don't agree with. No, that is not what I want. Fine. No, that's not what I want either. Okay, so the reinforced iron plates are coming from up there. The rotors are coming from there. So I probably don't need to get low. The activity book for making a wing out of Even with plywood. Yeah. I mean, again, like, old Star Wars wasn't really any better. Wait, where did I build that? There were a lot of things that were like, this is canon because of it showed up in, you know, this coloring book. I'm pretty sure in the old expanded universe, the Christmas special was still canon. It was never spoken of, but it was technically still canon. I gotta get hot. Okay, so that's gonna come through there. That's gonna come from down there. So I'm gonna put it way over here. I don't even care. I'll line it up with the assembler on the other side. Right there. Ugh. Falling. For the first time. It's a reference that I'm probably going to be the only one who gets. It felt better when it was just ridiculous stuff and not Soulless Corporation doing it. It's true. I'll give you credit for that. Ooh. Wait, let me back up, please. Alright, I'll just eat that whole conveyor. Okie doke. So this is gonna have to come all the way over here. You know, this is the part that always confuses me because I can never remember where the conveyors need to be in order to attach a thing on them. One of these. I wonder, can I build a conveyor pole underneath this? Because I don't like the way that it just kind of floats here. Hey, cool. I can't. Wait, can I? That's a good question. Because the thing that I don't like about the mergers and splitters is that you can't. Is it high enough? No. It needs to be one higher. Is that you can't just build them at any height, which is a problem when you kind of need them to be at a certain height. Yeah, you can't just build them wherever, so that does me no good. Instead, you need to actually you can attach them to conveyor belts. So you basically need to build the conveyor belt first. No, that's no good. And then attach the splitter or the merger to it. In this case, the splitter, which I think that's right, actually. I think that's right where I need it to be. Nope, it sure isn't. And it is kind of like incrementally, or like you can't really build things incrementally. So, you know, you build this conveyor belt and it's kind of an all or nothing thing. Is that? No, that's still not straight either. I mean, I guess I could do it incrementally, like build out to a certain level first, and then kind of play with it from there. Oh, that's why it's screwing me up, is because it's snapping to the middle of the building and not the actual inputs again. Hate that. Wait, is that straight? I guess. Doesn't look straight, but I'll take it. So I'm going to go right about there. Straight out, and then straight down, like a water slide. Then I gotta find a way to get my rotors over here. Right there. Send them through right here. First, it needs to be up there. Wait, no. It's gotta go up here first. The conveyor belts can like clip through each other pretty much freely. So, you know, if you really just want to get it done, you don't have to care so much about the aesthetics of it. But I mean, come on. If you're playing a game like this, you gotta put a little effort in. Be right, or should I move it? I'll move it back one. All those rotors just marching their way down the road. Okay, let's go all the way down here. That's straight. Okay. Is that there? Well-oiled machine. That's what I like to see. Okay, you are making smart plating. I need to power you first. Power line. Let's put a power line on this corner. Put one there. I can't afford. I got no concrete left. Gotta go and get some concrete. I will say that despite it making logistics that much more difficult, I really do like seeing all the different conveyor belts kind of wound into one another. I guess that's really the spirit of the game. Although there's really no punishment for basically just kind of doing what you want. So, you know, if you want to make everything look pretty, go for it. If not, okay. You do you. There's nothing wrong with that. Can't afford. I don't have any more metal plates. Give me the metal plates. Wonder if I should expand this platform out a bit too. Give myself more storage, or even better. Let's take this conveyor belt right out here. And we'll shove it into a warehouse straight back here. No, I don't need a big one. I just need a little one. There we go. There's our smart plating. Okay, smart plating production is up and running. Yeah, it's not like I'm going to run out of space. There is more than enough space to build on this planet, much less in this area. So I'm probably going to be eating through advanced iron plates pretty darn quick. So I wonder if I shouldn't... this is the part that I hate, because as soon as production of one thing ramps up, like one higher tier object, it just means everything else below it is going to have to increase as well. Because, like, I want to make more advanced iron plates because I'm gonna need them. Or reinforced iron plates, I should say. But in order to do that, I'm going to need more of a production of regular iron plates, as well as, well, probably not screws. I think my screw production is more than enough to handle that right now. But I only have 2 iron nodes here, I should say. And they are both impure, which means they are not producing as much as I would like. So I would basically need to set up iron production in another zone to create specific. I think what's going to end up happening is I'm going to have to set up production zones to create specific items. And then either have a truck, maybe. That's actually a good way to do it, now that I think about it. Have production zones creating all the different parts that I need, and then have trucks running all of these parts to, like, a central storage warehouse. Build, like, a storage hub that all of this stuff will get delivered to, and then from there I can organize it myself, even, because that's not that hard. That's kind of cool. I like that idea a lot. Because eventually I'm going to expand big time. Because it doesn't look like there's an in-game map. Although I might be able to research one. But I already know for a fact that oil is a resource in this game, and there are no oil resources anywhere near me at this starting location. So I already know that I'm going to have to transport that a great distance just to get it here once I need it. Okay, while that's running, what did I need for that map? Where was that? Quartz? I need 10 of those crystal oscillators. I have one. And I can make 4 more. I gotta find some quartz. Wait, I know where quartz is. Oh, I found a quartz node, and I set up an automatic miner there. But that was the adventure that I went on off camera, where I got like super lost and had to like desperately find my way back. So I don't even remember how to get out there. It's actually, I've got it marked on my beacon. Quartz Cliffs. It's way out there. And I don't remember exactly how to get there. Well, anyway, for now, I'll just focus on getting the parts that I need. I'll get that production set up. I should also check to see how much power I'm using. Okay, so I'm peaking, still peaking around 310, 311. That's not much. I've still got some wiggle room there. Do I have... I gotta get some power cores too. Or power shards, rather. I don't think I have any left. No, I don't. Because I want to overclock. Although, I think I already am overclocking all of my power plants. Although I could overclock them more. Anyway. Okay, so we got smart plating under construction. Perfect. Oh, versatile framework is the one that scares me, so I'm going to do that one last. Automated wiring. I need stators. So I need to set up a stator factory with wire and steel pipes. That's pretty easy. I've got lots of both, actually. I could set that up. I could probably kind of set that up like right here and have them being basically pumped directly to each other rather than pulling from a warehouse or something like that. Probably not worth it. There's nothing that prevents you from having long, circuitous conveyor belts, but it does tie up your resources that are on those conveyor belts in that process. Although I'm in no shortage of steel pipes, that's for sure. So I could definitely just reroute this over there. How do I want to do this? I'm going to need stators either way. I'm going to need lots of them. So it's probably in my best interest to just bite the bullet and get an actual production set up. Maybe I'll do it over here. I need more concrete. I'm going to need a lot more concrete. Love the noise this thing makes. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that because that'll cut off this node a little bit. And I want to keep that nice and open right for now. I'll set it up over here. Right here. Nice little platform. Let's see, I need an assembler. So stators take 3 and 8. Oh wait, I have a gun now. I don't think it worked. Reminds me of that one boss from Demon's Souls. Which means I probably shouldn't be messing with him. Yeah, those are very large. I'm sure they're fine though. They're cool. Rebar didn't even phase them. Okay, let's... How many of these steel pipes can I produce per minute? That's kind of the hinging part here. 20 per minute. That is probably a lot more than I can consume. So maybe I will just set up another warehouse over here. Either way, assembler is going to need to be set up. Wires are going to come down here. I'll set it up over here. Then a storage container. Right there. Probably going to need more steel plates too. Not steel plates, iron plates. My copper production is basically maxed out. Pretty much. Which, that's fine. So then I'll be taking wire from here and transporting it all the way. I'll probably put... I probably won't need to make a warehouse down there. Because it uses 3 steel pipe, stator, 8 wire. So yeah, I probably don't need regular conveyors. I'm probably going to need advanced ones to get them over there fast enough. Which is going to require... Oh, I've got lots of reinforced iron plates. Well, I'm going to grab some regular iron plates anyway, just so that I've got them. Get out of my way. I really don't know why I don't just build some walkways. I don't know where I put them, I think is the main thing. I guess mostly I just need to get to my storage, so I should probably just put them over there. Alright, let's eat some nuts first. So let's get these figured out here first. Probably not going to need more than just Mark 1 conveyors for the steel pipes, I would imagine. Logistics splitter. So that goes there. Is that actually connected? I don't believe it is. Be free, steel pipes. Flow like water. Gonna send those up here. No. Yeah, stacking conveyor belts. And just because I can, you don't need to use these stackable conveyor poles like at all. You can literally have these supports running just straight through other conveyors and it works just fine. But I like having them because they are aesthetically pleasing. And they have ladders on them, so you can climb up and see what's what. Okay, so that comes out there. Conveyor belt's too long. Fine. Okay, so that's right there. I'm gonna go back a bit. Conveyor belt's too long. So this is definitely not gonna be straight per se, but it'll be all right. You won't really notice. Okay, you're going to be making stators. Now I need... So these are going to be using 15 per minute and 40 per minute. Okay, so I really don't even need to transport. Just a regular conveyor belt should be enough to get the wire down there. Because they transport 60 resources per minute. Which is more than enough. All right, now for the big one. Okay, you're gonna come out here. And this is absolutely not going to be straight because I just can't make that work. Let's put you here. I could just make it. I want to use an elevator. I can't see anything. I got no chainsaw fuel. To put it closer to the edge. Again, I almost certainly do not need to use a lift, but I like them. Whoops. Rotate right there. I think the elevators look neat. I don't have enough steel plates again. Probably shouldn't have built the elevator, but oh well. I'm gonna build a factory my way. It's gonna have elevators. We're still good there. Once I get my... Once I get a couple more assemblers up and running, I am probably going to need another coal power generator. I'll have to expand my panner plant, as Homer Simpson would say. Although that does make me realize, I bet the uranium is probably used for making nuclear power, which is cool. That's exciting. But I suspect that is a ways from now. I haven't even figured out how coal works. You know, it occurs to me. I don't want a conveyor belt that low to the ground, because if I have to drive through here... Oh, I need to drive through. So, rather than put it down there, I'm going to put it about there. There. Then I can bring it straight up there. Please. Alright, there goes my copper wire into the great big machine that has no power. That's fine. Just snag a power line from there. I am definitely kind of proud of the power grid that I made. I need iron rods. I'm gonna need more hyper tubes. I'm gonna need a hypertube depot. It'll send me to different parts of my factory. It does make me wish I could make signs. Because I would love to be able to mark which is which. Iron rods. definitely going to need another hyper tube to get down here. For now, I'm just going to build it right next door. You know what? Let's just do it the easy way. There we go. Stator production. Okay, yeah, this definitely takes long enough that the amount of resources is almost certainly never going to be a problem. And then this way I'll have 2 warehouses full of iron pipes, or steel pipes. And the wire will just get funneled out of there until I don't need any more. And that'll work. That'll work just fine. 5 parts per minute. That's not bad. Could be better, but it's not bad. What's my power situation gonna make? Still not bad. So what? So I needed stators in order to build automated wiring. So the stators will get produced here. And then probably have to build a second conveyor to bring the wires down to essentially do the same thing. Could probably just build another assembler right here. And build a storage container here. Actually, no. Put one on top. Because this assembler can go right next door. Oh, it's not on the foundation. Whatever. Wait, no. That's not what I want. I'll put it in line with the other. There we go. I'm just thinking because I don't want, because I still need stators for other things, so I don't want to be making all of them into the advanced cables, or the whatever that part is. So I don't know if I want to funnel them out of my warehouse or have them break off from here. Put a splitter in. I think either way I need to build more foundations. Yeah. Yeah, probably a splitter. It produces them so slowly that I don't know how effective that'll be. I think I need more power shards. Because if I could ramp up production of this, I could speed it up. With 2 power shards, I could double it. That would eat up a lot of power, though. I think splitter is the way to go. Okay, I want this thing lined up with the other one. Right there. So, yes, I'm going to need a splitter. Which is going to have to go right here. That goes in there, that goes there. Ew, no. Gross. Oh, right angle. I guess technically the right angles do make the conveyors longer, but they just look so much better. I think, yes, I want another one of those on top, but in the other direction. And then I need more iron plates, because this ain't gonna be enough. Lots of concrete. Get some use out of my hyper tubes. Almost at the point where I can just put hyper tubes around my whole base. Alright, we need to get some wires. So it takes 20 wires to make one thing. Which... you are going to be making automated wiring. So it uses 50 per minute. 2.5 parts per minute. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Regular conveyor will work. I'm actually starting to get into the whole efficiency side of things now. Hold up. Oh yeah, this is the other one. Okay, so you have to come this way. Oh, I could build on top of these? Excuse me. Where is... Help. I'm stuck in a horrifying hell of wireframes. Ooh, interesting. I don't know if that's enough for me to make a right-hand turn, though. Gross. I hate it. Oh well. It'll do. It'll do for what I need it to do. So about right here. Elevator. I guess I could just build the bottom here first. Ow. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Build the bottom of the elevator first. Need to make sure that it clears. Wait, no, that's the wrong direction. Is the one thing that I hate about the elevators is that I don't know how to change the orientation so that, like, the first one that you put down is always the receiving end. So if you put it on the bottom first, then it means it is going up. And you can't connect it to a conveyor belt that is going in the other direction. It's very stupid. I don't like it. No, I don't want it there. I want it there. It goes through the rock. No. I don't want it. And you can only... Your supports can only be so high. That's fine. That's fine. That'll work. This will lead out here. Sure, whatever. Let's... I'm actually going to delete that power line because I wanted to get one further over here. Floor is too steep. No, it isn't. Get out of here. I'll show you a steep floor. You and you. Power consumption. We're still good. Oh, I don't have an output for this yet. This is where I can definitely build a lift first. I think I may have found the secret to building easy right angles. That is to rotate the actual, the pillar that it is connected to. Alright, so there it is. There's our automated wiring. Yeah, I kind of forgot that rotation existed as far as conveyor belts were concerned. But it is, and it does. I do kind of hate the way that this goes down like that. It is so hard. There we go. That works. There, lots of clearance. It always throws me off when I look at the underside of the conveyor belts, because I'm like, wait, it's moving in the wrong direction. But yeah, of course it is. It's the bottom of the conveyor. Per minute. How many of these do you make? 20 parts per minute. Okay, perfect. This warehouse is full already, which is fine. I'll just leave it like that. So that's 2 out of the 3 parts that we need. The third one is the problem child. So good. The third one involves these guys. And the cubes. Both of which are slow. Rather, the production of which is slow for both. Because this one uses 60 ingots per minute. Whereas this is only producing 45 that is also being split between 2 constructors. I should probably get this set up on its own smelter, if anything. Or own foundry. That will then increase coal production. How are you guys doing on biomass? Looks like you're out, actually. Okay, not bad, not bad. I will run out eventually, though. It would be nice to just... I think I may just end up setting up like an automated coal thing to bring coal from my other area, my power plant zone, just so that I don't have to keep going and cutting down trees all the time. It is nice to have somewhere that I can throw that stuff to deal with it, but it's a little bit of a pain to have to do that in order to keep my... in order to maintain my steel production. It's a little... it is a little annoying to have to go and chop trees every hour or so. Excuse me. Okay, so how am I going to rig up this other... I think, like I said, in all honesty, I'm just going to set up... maybe I'll set it up over here so that it can pull from this crate. But then I'll just bring the modular frames over here manually, because they're literally on the other side of my entire factory, and bringing them shipping them all the way over here is going to be a trip. And because I only need a certain number of them, still a lot, like 200 or something. Let's go see. $500 of them. Jeepers. I only need 100 of these? Why did I spend so much time setting this up? Why do I need 500 of something this expensive? That's 250 times 12. That is a lot of steel beams. My God. They want to make sure you know how to factory. I mean, I know how to factory. I've done it. That's a lot of stuff. That is a lot of materials. It feels like it is strangely weighted, because these steel beams are the more difficult thing to make out of steel. Like, the pipes are easy. Pipes are nothing. But the steel beams are actually time-consuming. Although I guess I've already got like 1,000 of them here. So I suppose that's not ridiculous. Well, I think for now I'll get it set up so that it is producing the resources. And then once I have them, I'll ship them on the space elevator, open up the next tiers of things, and then I'll work on actually, you know, efficiency. Because I do have a whole bunch more iron here. I will probably get this set up to be a better organized steel mill. I'll get the steel beams running on their own foundry, which will then, I'll probably have to expand my power plant, because the foundries are, they use 16. I guess they're not as much of a power hog as I thought they were. So that's not terrible. But anyway, for now, I want to I'm gonna build another assembler out here. What? No, that is incorrect. Mind your nuts, everyone. Remember, don't build foundations on top of your nuts. Okay, so let's put this, let's get up here. Gonna go ahead and put that there. Actually, I'll put this in between. I'm gonna have two. Invalid shape. Gotta move it. Gotta be a bit further out. Okay, you are going to be set up to make versatile framework, so feel free to start loading up on steel beams. Need to give you power. And modular frames. So I guess I only need 500 modular frames. I mean, that's still a lot. But at least that's a... Or no, I only need 250 because it makes 2. So that's a bonus. Where are my cubes at? Give me my cubes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, that's too many. There we go. There. There. That's literally all the modular frames we need to create all of the parts for the space elevator. Hyper tube. Dump those all in there. Good to go. Look at the cubes. And then I need somewhere to store this. I guess I could just pump these directly into the space elevator if I wanted to. Yeah. You know what? Let's do that if I have enough iron for that. Yeah, I think I will. Just barely. There we go. It's not very pretty, but it'll do. That way I don't even have to worry about picking them up and bringing them over there. It'll just ship them over there automatically. They do look cool. Like, these are awesome items. Very, very space tech. Futuristic. So this makes 5 per minute. 30 steel beams per minute. How many are these making? 15 per minute. So it's using them up at twice the rate that I can make them. Unfortunately. But that's alright, it's just temporary. Once it runs out of the cubes. The automated wiring is like a kind of futuristic looking spool of wire. I kind of like it. But once it uses up the cubes, then it won't create anymore, so I won't worry. I won't have to worry about burning through all of my steel beams. And then, what else? What was the other item? I don't even remember what it was called. It's over here. Oh, right, the smart plating. Ooh, it's looking good. I guess, like, those numbers always look huge. Like, you need 500 of these plates, which require all of these other materials to make. But then when you really break it down, it's not that much. It's not like an absurd amount. It's just, you know, sometimes it takes a little while to actually build up that much, but even then, it's usually not that bad. I like the smart plating too. It's kind of cool. I do the complexity of the actual objects themselves definitely ramps up as you make more complex items. So I think that's pretty cool. I like the details. Everything looks, you know, it looks the way it should. You start with just your plain old iron rods and screws and plates, and then they get built up into all kinds of things. We definitely can explore. I need to empty my inventory first. I got lots of crap in here. Why do I have this iron ore in my inventory? Get out. I don't need you. Be gone with ye. Same with these pipes. I'm just gonna recycle those too. Limestone? Why do I have limestone? Get out. And these. All of it. Out. Out, says I. Okay, that's probably good. Yeah, we do need to find more Caterium. Definitely. This is the box that I use for prefabbed items. I'll keep the steel pipes. They're kind of useful. Probably not going to need modular frames. And rotors. I'll hang on to the rotors. Yeah, good enough. I will definitely put this power shard away, though. I don't need that. Okay. I do need to find more Caterium. So, I already know that southwest, we're basically on the corner of the map. There is a... If you go that ways a distance, you end up hitting a cliff. It is a great big drop off, and that is the end of the world. However, both north and east lie vast riches, vast expanses of things that we can only dream about. And that is where we're gonna have to go. Oh, I forgot to get rid of this stuff. Whatever. I'll drop the cart because I don't need it. Take it for a quick spin. I paid 10 coupons for this thing. And I don't know if it was worth it. I can take this and shove it in here. Oh, you know what I should do? Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go put my coffee cup away and make some more beacons. I'm gonna craft a whole bunch of beacons so that we can mark stuff off when we find it. The CEO of our company is named Katerina. I see. I can build 6 factory carts. Sounds like hell, I'll be honest. Although I can imagine if I was playing this multiplayer and like we built a bunch of factory carts and then had races, basically be like Mario Kart. That would be kind of fun. Alright, let's make us some beacons. I'll make 15 beacons. Then my cup. Put my coffee cup away. Put my color gun away. And equip gun. Got lots of nuts. Chainsaw. Dino basher. I'll bring my scanner with me just in case I need it. Consume. Consume nut. Giant pistachios. Grab some more. This is like my second stack of these nuts. Oh, I need some fuel. Take some biofuel with me, just in case I need to do some tree removal. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna bring some extra and stick it into the storage here, just in case I run out of fuel in the truck. I'll hang on to stuff for now. So, the question is, where'd we go? I wouldn't mind trying to get back to Quartz Cliffs. Get some more quartz. Oh, it just occurs to me I can't get around that way because that stupid conveyor belt is there. That's fine. I can go around. Oh, there's some more iron over here. What is the purity? Impure. Impure. Potential location for an iron zone. Nice and close by. I won't mark it because it's on the other side of a hill. Oh, there's even more down here. Oh, there's a lot of iron down here. Is this impure? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna keep heading northeast. So yeah, there's definite you can see how there's definite barriers of entry because it's like I want to get through here. I guess I can go around. But there's some spots where it's just like a big valley and it's just full of those things and you can't get through. Oh, there's quartz over there. Quartz. Gimme. I guess potentially there are places I'm not going to be able to take the truck, but I can get there. Gentlemen. I no longer fear alien life. Oh, except him. I'm scared of him. Or am I? Goodbye, sucker. Give me this useless artifact. Oh, I didn't bring... Dang it, I didn't bring extra ammo for the rebar gun. Let's see... Okay, I can build an equipment workshop if I need to, so I'm good. I am good. If I run out, I'll be able to make some. Vehicle. Oh, that's the cart. Yeah, thank God that your vehicles automatically have beacons on them, so you can always find them. Oh, hey, copper. I guess I could have crossed that bridge to see what was on the other side, but I think it just loops around to the area that's kind of behind our factory. So there is, it looks like there is a small deposit of the SAM metal in there, the alien metal that we don't have a purpose for it. But I ain't getting in there unless I got some sort of protection. Let's see, which direction do we want to go? I don't think I've been over here yet. Let's go see. Oh wait, I think I have been over here. Well, maybe not. Nut. Ow. Ow. I'm supposed to be dead. I have also learned how to fight those guys. They also no longer scare me. Oh, it's the cool S. I love the fact that one of the artifacts in this game is just literally the cool S. It is one of my favorite parts. Okay, so I'm also on the lookout for energy slugs because I need more power shards. Grab this berry. I don't know if I've been down there before, but I don't know if that actually leads down there. I guess we'll head back in the other direction. Ramp. Sick air. Excuse me. Coming through. Okay, definitely can't get through there. Maybe go around. Well, I can go around, but it doesn't help. Oh, there's a crash pod in there too. No, I want it. How close can I get to that crash pod before it starts to burn? Ow, that close. Alright, off I go. Limestone. I do have a beacon. I should maybe mark that off. But first... destroy. Let's equip these beacons instead of the chainsaw. They are not automatically beaconed. So I will stick a beacon there. So we will remember to come back once we have some sort of protective equipment. Alright, well, this might be a one-way trip, but I'm gonna head down. I'm gonna see if I can get down this cliff. Not by driving off of it, don't worry. Heading down here. Doesn't look like it, actually. Ooh, energy slug. I don't think I can actually get down there. I'm sure I've been here before. This is the weirdest part about this map, is that you're free to explore anywhere you want, but there are definite limitations as to where you can actually go. Delicious. You there. Fight me. Oh, you have a friend. I see. Sometimes this thing kills them in 2 hits, and sometimes it takes 3 hits. And I have no idea why. I could build down. I don't have that much concrete, though, so I probably wouldn't have enough to actually get anywhere. I suppose that is one way to get around some of the things that are causing problems, to just build around them. I have an idea. Whoa. Oh wait, I can't go here. Ow. I'm gonna go back to base, and I'm gonna go north from the iron area. If you catch my drift. Or from here. Because this will lead me into... I've been down here before, I know that. And this will lead me into the big chasm we were just looking at, but down at the lower level. I want slug. Please, slug, come here. Oh, delicious. Okay, yeah, I've definitely been down there before. I don't think I've been down here on stream before. Maybe I do more damage to them if I hit them like on the front, on their heads. That would make sense. Okay, yeah, I've definitely been here before because I remember these little round things. I don't know how to describe those. A strange natural formation, to be sure. But I have been here. And I have been... And so we were basically up there on the other side of this cliff. And there's no way across from down here. I know that already. But there is somewhere else we can go. Somewhere deeper. This is the cave that taught me that spiders hate your truck. Get that slug. Come here. I think this was the same cave that I also found the purple power slug. Come on, baby. Got a long way to go yet. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what those are. They form naturally here. So this cave used to be full of spiders. I killed probably about 10 of them when I was here. And the purple power slug was up on that little ridge up there. Oh, hello. You're back. There's also a uranium node right there that is being guarded by a large spider that we can't see. But he's there. I did not mark it because I don't like this place. I want to get out of here. But we do have a source, a full source of uranium fairly close by. Power slug on the ceiling. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big boy. As long as we keep moving, it's perfectly fine. They have to stop to attack us. Yeah, I have not killed the spiders in this area, so there's a few. there's a few spiders. Keep moving. We're trucking along. Okay, the big one has left us alone. We're almost out of the cave, almost to daylight, and the spiders will leave us alone. Just, excuse me. That, ooh, that might be Caterium. Hold on 1 second. My gun. Wait, that's not fair. There we go. Nuts. Alright, so that was cave spiders. Right, I want this. Yeah. I haven't found a node of it yet, although I guess I can scan for it. Oh, there's one nearby, actually. Some quartz. Although the quartz is being guarded by a fierce creature. This is a cliff. So there's apparently a Caterium node right down there. I can't see it. Well, I can kind of see it. It's down there. Maybe? Oh, it's probably up there. Uh-oh. Fallen. Wow, that guy is mad at me. That is some... Where'd he go? That's some range on that guy. Oh, there it is. Ouch. That hurt. There it is. Okay, we gotta get down there. I probably have enough resources to build an automated miner. So all I need to do is just set it up for a little bit. And just hang out while it mines. Ouch. Come on, gotta find a way down. Although I do want that slug first. I think that's a yellow one. Yeah. Oh. Hello? Hello. Anyone else? Let me get this power slug. Now I escape. Alright, I'm gonna get to this Caterium ore and then probably call it there. been just about 4 hours already. Oh, that's no good. Uh-oh. Help. Okay. Thought I was gonna die for a second there. Let's head back up and see if we can get around a different way. Ow. Stop, please. No. Please, vehicle, Mr. Truck. Ooh. Boy, that's tempting. There's a big boy there. I could probably take him. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, that's a spider. Help. What are you doing here? Whoa. Please leave. Well, I found the Caterium. It's here. What is happening? Okay, there we go. I do have nuts. Spiders are fast, though. I don't think I can outrun them on foot. Okay. Okay. That's a lot of damage. Whoa. I don't think I should be here. I'm scared. Okay, so this is Caterium. I think that's Caterium over there too. I'm gonna go get some. Nope, not sulfur. I'll still take it. But now, I have no idea where that crashed pod went, because I want to check it out. But first things first, I need to build an equipment workshop, because I need a portable miner. Delete that. And it's miner time. Get to work. Portable miners do not need power, so I can just let them go. It's a big boy. I don't want to mess with him. Deep in the jungle. I want to find that crashed pod. Where did you come from? Oh. No, don't run. Come back. I want to pet you. Okay, so I need to Yeah, so the fireball guys, their pattern is that they shoot fireballs at you from range. And then if you get close, they will hit you with a blast that knocks you backwards and puts you back into ranged. The little ones. There we go. Yeah, see, these guys don't have much health. It's just getting close enough to actually hit them is the hard part. I need one heavy modular frame. Oof. I don't even know how to make those yet. Okay, well, that'll be a beacon. Heavy mod frame. I can pick up the rest of this stuff though. Heavy modular frame. That takes 4 items, which means eventually I'm going to get some sort of constructor that builds, that takes 4 items in at a time to create one. Jeez. That sounds like a nightmare. Oh, those are dolphins. Look, I have nuts. What about berries? Do you like berries? I have berries. I pet him and he ran away. Or at least I attempted to pet him. That functionality doesn't exactly work yet. Oh, floating nut bush. I feel like if you can't actually, if there's no animation for actually petting the lizard doggos, there probably isn't much other functionality for them. But I suspect that will change in time. I'll wait and get another full stack. Empty it out and I'll grab this guy. Take him with me. They're tameable? Maybe. I don't know what they'd be for. I guess they'd just be like a pet. I think he's gone. The way that the wildlife spawns and respawns in this game is a little bit strange. Oh, hey, that's a crashed pod right up there. I can see it from here. At least I think it is. Sure looks like one. Right on the top of that cliff. Oh, hello. Just passing through. Alright, well, it is... it's 7 o'clock on my end. But I've been going for 4 hours. It seems like a pretty good place to call it. I'll bring this Caterium back to base, probably off screen, get that research done, see what that opens up. I'm probably going to be waiting a little while before the space elevator stuff happens. I'll ship off the space elevator equipment off screen and then see what that opens up from there, because it's probably going to be a whole bunch of stuff that'll go from there, and then I'll be back with more, and I'll do some more reorganization, I'm sure. This is actually... Actually, I'll pick you up. Come here. I don't know if... Well, I'll talk about that in a second. Caterium into the storage, miner, sulfur, slugs. And those two. Why not? And the artifacts. And the carapace, because I don't need it for anything. And the flower petals, and the leaves. All of it. Put it all away. I don't need it. Get it out of here. Alright. I want to get on top. There we go. Oh, actually... I wonder if this would protect me from spiders if I just stood on top of the truck. Curious. Well, I gotta save. Where are we up to now? 25 hours. 25 hours, and I've seen like maybe 2 biomes out of the 9 that exist in game. It's crazy. There's so many. There's so much stuff. But yeah, that is going to be it for me today. Like I said, this weekend is Canadian Thanksgiving. So at this point, I don't know if I'll be doing Hollow Knight on Sunday. It seems unlikely at this point, if I'm going to be honest. I guess technically Monday is the holiday, but whatever. So yeah, I will be doing that. I will be streaming Hollow Knight sometime next week. I don't know if it'll be Sunday. Probably not. But it might be like Monday afternoon or maybe even Tuesday afternoon. Who knows? But I will be streaming Hollow Knight because I want to play that too. And I definitely want to play more of this as well. I will be coming back to this very soon. And that's about all the updates I've got. I'll have some sort of schedule figured out over the weekend, hopefully. And we'll go from there. As of right now, I do believe Tales of Harbor should be getting started right about now. So I'm going to go ahead and raid Wordsy. Because that stuff's going on. Some nice tabletop stuff. Which should be a lot of fun. I plan on watching that right now. So without further ado, thank you for joining me, and for thank you for being a part of my factory. I will see you next time. Updates are pending, and yeah, please enjoy Wordsy playing Tales of Harbor.